Testing, one, two, three, testing, one, two, three. All right. I think it should be working now. But I think what I'll do is I'll switch to my webcam's mic so you'll hear everybody. So yeah, let me do that 1 second.
Okay, how's that? Do you hear it still or? So, well, I think it's a bit loud. Tell me if you hear anything. Okay, oh jeez. Is it still loud? Yeah, me to the phone. Oh,
In background?
they can't really see anything by the way, so you can always.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's two screens. This is what you call studio mode when it comes to OBS, right? So you could actually have one prevailing screen, but you can have the upcoming screen after.
Okay.
So yeah, it's clipping. All right, but as for the so the audio is clipping. If anything, I'll just okay. Wait. So take the mic volume down or take the audio volume down? Mic volume down, okay. Alright, how's that? How's that? Okay, great. Alright. So I will transition. Hello. So we will be streaming now. Let me read that. COVID-19. 1 second. So I don't know if this is too loud, but
Good for me here.
okay, can you still hear us? Oh, wait, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. Alexa, yeah, so never mind. I have not used this in such a long time. Okay, so we're keeping this. So how's the mic volume and how's the audio volume? How's this? That's good? Alright, nice. Okay, family. Alright, so we're not dwarfs, but that table is a little low, so don't mind it. Anyway, it's time. Come over here. Alright, so this is my nephew, Shiro the Beast TV. You should see his Twitch name, his Twitch link in my video title. So go over to the channel, give him a like, give him a follow, because he's now part of the PCMR race. He's no longer a console peasant. So as of today, he will be part of the PC world. He will be gaming using his PC, streaming Apex, streaming Call of Duty, you name it, from his PC starting from tomorrow or as soon as we can. So
Yes.
but today we are going to so we are going to build his first PC, right? So we'll see how it goes. Alright, let's go. Okay. The first thing that we're going to do, alright? So don't mind the camera at all, right? The camera is just secondary stuff. So the first thing we're going to do is take out all the parts, right? Just to see what we have. Here I'll go. Amazon. Good job. Good job, Amazon. Thanks. Good job. Excellent job. Fan 100% quality. We'll be sending you a picture of that. When it's ready to be fun. So luckily everything else there came in some great shape. So we have our, so this is the SSD, but what I'll do, we'll take out everything and we will, wait now, is this how they shipped it?
I think so.
Good job, Amazon. You shipped the fans in a brown paper bag. Excellent.
Oh my god.
This is the first time I've ever seen Amazon do this, especially since they are under COVID, so it's not like many people are buying from you anyway. That's just an assumption. But come on, you have to do better than that, Amazon. This is you disappoint me here. Alright, but anyway. Right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take out all the parts, right? And then I'm gonna carry you through the basic steps of what each part does. Right, so the first thing, of course, is the piece. Right, so it's gonna be move that up. Right. I really hope this table can support that. I've never built a computer on this table. But yeah, it'll be fine. Alright, so then so let's take out these parts as well. Okay, so this is your power supply. Okay? Power supply powers every single thing throughout. Actually, let me take out everything first, and then I'll tell you what each part is about.
Oh, the recording. Okay.
Okay, so I've been abandoned because he has to go and do something, but he'll be back. Anyway, in the meantime, I'll just take out all these parts from these boxes. So when he comes back, we'll have an idea of what, or how we're going to actually stop this. Ugh. I chose some really good parts, some parts where I feel proud of myself. I feel so proud of myself. Best uncle ever. Fake. Okay, cool. We'll use this. Open up this box now.
Big box.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Give me 1 second.
This is fun.
Hmm?
So this is fun.
Yep. And trust me, it's not as complicated as some think it is. It honestly is pretty easy. One second. I wonder. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna switch audio. Hey, Fearless. How's it going? Professional PC builder yet? Oh, so okay. I'm putting myself up for some major ridicule. If there's anything that I'm doing wrong, I take full responsibility for teaching him the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna. Oh, whoops.
Give me 1 second. I'm just
I think I should probably.
Hey, fellas. I'm over there.
Oh, snap.
So
I'm totally feeling at this. Right, there we go.
No worries, no worries.
I'm from Nigeria. No, I'm from the Caribbean. We're from the Caribbean. However, I can speak Nigerian if you want to. I'm just joking, man. I can't speak Nigerian at all. But no, I am not from Nigeria. I am from the Caribbean. I'm from the Caribbean. Oh, that's a first. Just to confirm, is the music audio doubling in any way? Because I'm using the desktop audio, so I'm not sure if it's feeding back into the mic. Yeah, man, all the love, all the love.
I can probably check it from my phone.
Huh?
I can probably check it from my phone.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, yeah. Alright, so he's just gonna check something, and then when he comes back, we are going to teach him how to build his first PC. This should be fun. I haven't built a PC, oh man, in 3 years. So, watch me do a whole lot of failing today. It's gonna be fun.
Right. Don't have Wi-Fi.
Oh. Oh. Let me check. So we're just doing some final checkups. Oh, so we're exercising the whole COVID-19 vibe. This is going to be the first COVID-19 PC build, but it's okay. If this is better. Right. We're just doing some final checkups before we actually start the. Okay, I can't even log in anyway. Screw it.
Okay.
Alright, so once you guys aren't getting any audio doubling, that's going to be fine, and we're going to continue, and we're going to officially start the PC building rite of passage for this guy. Alright, there goes. Now it's raining. Hopefully power doesn't go. Anyway. Let's start. Okay. Alright. I don't even know why I was writing in the first place. Okay. Come over here, Nephew. Let's begin. Alright. So, what we have here, right, is I'm going to be actual but I'm going to teach you the meaning of this stuff. Alright? This piece run as build. So let's do one last thing. Let's take this out first. Last page is going to okay. Right, so in case everyone doesn't know what kind of case we're using, we are using the Corsair Carbide 175R RGB. And if I can actually take this out properly without failing on this screen, I don't know. You got it. Okay, yeah. So this is what so navigate. Right. Yeah, you just pull right. How not to take a case out of the box. Rule 101. Keep going with that. This is usually a lot easier. Now, you know what? So this is the one thing that I never would have trouble with. Yeah, I never had to do this before. Never had to destroy a particular box. Okay. That's exactly what I'm at right now. Oh, many bucks. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice one. Alright. So we're going to okay, you hold on to these things here. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 1. Perfect. Nice. Down there. Perfect. Nice. Massive kitchen knife. And we got hands. Alright. So now we're just going to take this out. Carbide 175R RGB mid-power case. So yeah, we're just slowly. Okay, that could have been a lot more graceful than that. Yeah. This is actually pretty satisfying. Like, it's actually pretty satisfying. Really take it out. It's the plastic out. From this point on, I'm going to let this guy until this. I'm just going to do what to do. So what GPU are you using?
So we're using the XFX
600 XT. So I wish I could have waited. I wish we could have waited a little bit more to get a better GPU. But this is what we got. I got this off of a deal at Amazon. That's why I decided to go with this. Instead of using, for example, the GTX or RTX 2060 or the GTX 1660. So that's why I decided to go with the 600 XT. Yeah, so far, I took benchmarks, and now so far so good. Performance maybe the use time to play it, but I think it's like I'll let you do whatever you want to do. Like anywhere that you think it's safe. Yeah, it is actually. It is pretty nice car. Alright, so I'm just going to show you exactly the okay, so alright. So from the outside, alright, so these are the panels that you're going to be using most of the time, right? You have your power button, you have your USB keyboard, buttons that you can USB flash drive, right? You have your set switch, right? So in case you need to reset them to different quickly, you press that, and you have your what's inside, you have one property you have here, right? With the option of adding the other fans, right? You can add two fans here, and then what you can do, right, if you want to get an extra RGB or extra RGB of the same height, you can follow that and this is very sad and everything. But what we do is since this has a big fan here, and we have two more fans because a certain company called Amazon doing our other fan at the order. What we're going to do instead of doing the 2-to-2 ratio, right, we're going to do 1 intake and 2 exhaust, right? So we're going to put one exhaust here and put one exhaust at the back because it's right, okay, so that is, we're going to do that first, right? So we're going to put these two fans in first before we do anything else, okay? So take this off now. This is our filter. Alright, so when you want to kind of custom and everything, you just pretty much so now we have to get using the close the motherboard, put that into the PC. Yeah, exactly. So after we do this, we're going to do exactly what Sierra says. We're going to put everything on the motherboard, right? But some things that some people make a mistake in doing is they put the input and it's going to be right? So we're going to do that, but before, we're going to get switched to this. Right? What we're going to do is you are going to take this piece off to the mobile space we're looking at. So these are called jump screws, right? You can actually saw the music video as well as the music. This is just clipping of it. Actually, the case with weighed approximately I think 14 pounds or 15 pounds. I don't entirely remember. Okay. So, he's not doing figures out is because sometimes, most of the time, cases come with these. Right? Remember what I was saying when we had the line from right? So when you order a case or any case, they will normally come with a box. Those boxes have things like so when you open this box, right? So in this case, it has oh yeah, sure. Okay, let's do that. Alright, how's that, Fearless? Yeah, really needs a manual. I'm like one of those documents.
I've been doing this for the past 15 years. I don't need any longer. I don't know what to do.
Okay. Right, so yeah, that is your RAM. That's about 16 gigabytes. I think 3200. Memory 3000. Yeah, 3000. 16 gigabytes of two sticks. So that means we'll have a particular about that when we get there. Right? So this is what you call zip ties. Right? So in case you need to, bind anything or bind any wires in a neat-ish way, I always use zip ties to help you do that. Right? Because even though most of the time you'll be seeing, a lot of your stuff on this side, and you'll be having all of your wires on this side, you still want something like organization when you're actually organizing your wires behind, right? You don't want everything to be like a bit of a mess. Okay, so, all right, sweet. Talk to you later, fellas. Okay, so now we're going to do. Oh wow, this is the first time I've actually seen washers for screws. I've never seen that before. Interesting. Okay, so this is what you call the motherboard standoff, right? But I'll tell you more about it when we get to the motherboard section. So we have a bunch of different screws here, and what we're going to do. So these are the screws. These screws is what we can use for the fans, right? I'm going to let you start screwing these things in. Right, so undo this one here, and I'll do this one here. Let's undo the wire. Right. Gonna put that there because we want this table to be as clean as possible. This guy here. Yeah, Amazon really shipped those fans like that. This is the first time I've ever seen Amazon do that. Okay. That. Okay. Now, what you're going to do, which is oh, yeah, on the screwdriver. So we are going to screw these That's there. There. Here. Okay. So the first, we're gonna screw that one into this area. Make sure that it screws the right size. Oh, that's gonna be a good thing. Okay, cool. Okay. So you're gonna screw this into this piece here. But before you do that, the first thing that you have to know is the orientation. Right? So if you were to actually position it in a certain way, it's gonna pull air in. And if you were to switch that orientation, it's gonna push air out. What we're gonna do is we're going to push air out. Alright? So to do that, when it comes to these cases, they are usually indicators. Well, it would normally be indicators showing you the direction in which the airflow will be in, because it will be based on the direction of the wire things up. But in most cases, most likely because of the angle of the fan blade, you can normally tell by that. This means that it's going to be going in that direction, right? Because of the angle, right? So in that case, right, you tell me which way you think the fan should be positioned. You want to pull in or you want to push out? Remember, you want airflow to come in from this way, and you want airflow to push out above and to the back. This way. And out. Right? So additionally, okay, cool. So nice. Right, nice. Excellent. So what you're going to do now is you're going to use one of these screws. Right? You're going to take it out and use your screwdriver and screw it in. After like 5 days, up. Perfect. So, right, nice. Right, big. Wait. What am I saying? Bear with me, guys. It's been 3 years. Alright. What you do? Always use those screws to screw from the outside. Yep. Okay, we got the stage. Right, here we go.
I should be boosting this on my channel.
Alright.
Life is one big riddle of the future and what's been.
Oh, from the outside? Yeah.
Guess it's the way it goes and now
But this is going to go from the inside, right? But you're going to use a screw to screw that in. Until you find that.
Look to the left, look to the right, nothing is
But
stopping
remember the
me
orientation.
tonight, like I'm leaving all the bad stuff and trying to remain
Make
strong.
sure
I know
it's it's a word there, right? So you want to make sure the word is right up. It's upright. Right. Here. Now. Okay. Okay. So I'll do the first one, like how I'm going to do the first time. Right.
Remember I was laughing in all the photos that you took. Now it looks like acting.
Tighten the first one in.
It's like we were fixing in a book.
And then when you put this in, right, stays there. Right. Yep. So you do the second one.
Look to the left, look to the right. Nothing stops me in the night like I'm leaving all the
Just a bit of advice, right? When it comes to screwing in anything computer-wise or anything electronic-wise, it's always good to screw them in diagonally.
If I'm wrong, I
Right?
got it. I got it.
He's doing it, guys.
Look to the left, look to the right. Nothing will stop me. Nothing will stop me in the night. Look to the left, look to the
Yeah, sure.
right. Nothing will
Yeah.
stop me in the night like I'm
Yeah, good
leaving.
job. Yeah. Okay, nice.
Charge your battery.
Yeah. You have a charger?
No.
Oh, snap. It's okay. Right.
One pound.
Sweet. Sounds good. Now, the other one. Now that one is going to be positioned the same way, right? But the air is going to be pushing upward because it's going to support the hot air rising, right? So you can either position it here or here. And preferably, I would say position it around this region here because this is where the CPU and everything is going to be, right? So you want all that air coming up. Alright, I think we are connected.
And this right? How do you stream from your phone?
Oh, I've never done it before.
You could. Let me just look up. It's supposed to be live here. Alright, yeah. And then I click here.
Right.
And just.
Right.
Let's see. So when I come here.
Alright, awesome.
Cool.
Nice. Alright, so
phone finger just sleeping here. Like you actually doing something.
Alright, so make sure it's here. Alright. So another good advice that you can always take is when it comes to yeah, just push it through. Take it up, yeah. Alright. So what you do, you always use your finger, right? And just push it in before, and then right? Okay. And also, you don't always have to tighten it up super tightly in case anything into, right? What you want to do is just simply go into diagonals, right? And then once you make sure all portions are in, then you go to secure them. Welcome back. I didn't know the song was in your playlist, by the way. What you missed? Not much. He just I'll be 50 years old by the time you finish playing this song. But we're getting there.
Done. I think.
Very cool.
Last one?
Oh, nice. Yeah, just last one, right? So what we're gonna do is, okay, so put this back in, this is the hardware tape.
That's down below?
Yeah, under right there.
Right.
So here you have hardware tape, right? Put it on So for those who are tuning in from Shloda Beats TV's channel, here you are, Shloda Beats, building his first computer. He's one of the part of the console part of this. Alright, so we have our two files there, right? We have one file for music, we have one file for text. Alright? So now what we're going to do, we're going to put this file aside, and we're going to focus on the motherboard, and then everything that we need to do. So we will put this, we will have more space for motherboard. So this side, yeah, for that,
This PC so thank God, oh my God.
That was fine. I feel like I got when did the song suddenly come into my playlist, by the way? In the Arms of Anger, instrumental. Yeah? Yeah. That's right.
Alright.
Alright, so what we do is just area and we start with that one. Yeah. I forgot to buy thermal paste for the CPU, but it's okay. I think I have some in the drawer. Let's hope. So where is that thermal paste? There we go. Okay, no, that's a battery. Oh boy. Hey! Got some thermal paste. Found it. Somebody's getting excited.
Oh my god.
Okay, got some thermal paste. Okay. So what we're gonna do is, alright, so what I normally like to do is I like to take the motherboard out and put it onto the box. Alright, so take it out carefully. This, yeah. Alright. And, right. So I'm going to see what we can take out here. Right. I normally prefer to build, put everything together on the box itself. Unless I'm wrong, because I haven't done this in 3 years. Right, put it in. Okay. Now what you can do is you're going to open it up, take it out from the back. Wait a minute, this isn't Star Citizen. No, I am not streaming Star Citizen today with WP. How's it going, man? I am teaching my nephew how to join the PCMR stories by building the first computer. But I will install Star Citizen on this computer to see how it's faring in the first seconds. Okay, so guys, this is the Gigabyte Aorus something. Alright, it's the X517 motherboard. It is supports PCIe 4.0, and of course it supports all upcoming Zen 3 CPUs. But we will be installing the very infamous, very famous, very wonderful Ryzen 3600X onto this CPU, because I think it fits his modus operandi when it comes to playing his games and doing whatever it is that he needs to do when it comes to video editing and all those things for his channel. Okay, so just take off this plastic piece, so we don't want any plastic anything on that. Okay. Right. So. Before we do that, let's so you either have okay. So basically, why I paused with this is because we want to install our standoffs into that case. Right? What a standoff is basically it is the supports that supports the motherboard onto the actual case itself. Right? But it's only going to be one. Bring the case again. Let me see something. Just want to compare something. Yeah, good so far. Thanks, fellas. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take this guy, take out this wires here, like that. Right. Okay. So it seems as though the standoffs are already there, because if you were to look closely, right, you would see this has 1, 2, 3. Right? So 1, 2, 3. Right? Then you have 4, 5, 4, 5. Right? We have 6, 7, 6, 7. And you have 8, 8. And you have the final one, which is 9, which is the center here. That's 9. Right? So those things seem to be already in. So we don't actually have to add anything to that. So what we're going to be doing after is we're going to be using these screws to basically just screw them in after resting this guy onto those standoffs. Right? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, sure, Fearless. I was actually curious about whether I should add music to this or not, you know.
Oh, they're not hearing it?
Yeah, apparently not. The music is getting in the way. But yeah.
Oh.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is we are now going to just want to do something real quick. Just want to make sure that everything fits in place. So we're gonna move all of these wires. So what I want you to do is just to pull all these wires out and keep them in the back. So lift the case. We can stand. Right. Then pull all the wires out to the back. All of them. Yeah, the motherboard really is decent. May or may not have took this thing out. That's good. Oh, what you can do is you can always undo these wires here.
Oh.
Well, now I see what you mean. Okay, cool. Right, so now let's just fix this spot here. Hold this case so it doesn't go this way. Right. Alright, so we're just putting in the, putting back in the rubber grommets. Right, perfect. Okay, so now, the reason why I asked you to do that is because I'm just going to put the motherboard onto standoff just to see and make sure everything is good as gold. Don't worry guys, I'm not going to put the motherboard in and keep it there and then put everything in. I'm just pushing it in just to see and just to make sure that everything is lined up as it should be. Got some final plastic and oh, I feel something plasticky. What's that? Oh, that's a rough one. Never mind, never mind. We good. Okay. We're fine, we're fine. Okay, so you take that and put it back down and we will put our parts together. It's a Ryzen GPU store. Oh yeah, the CPU, we're going to show everybody what the CPU is. Well, we're going to show everybody what the parts are after. It's supposed to be full screen. Wait, oh, I think I missed some things. Oh, I love PCs, Fearless, that's why. Okay, by the way, the stream is in full screen. Yeah, let me see what I can do about that. Because I'm using the... There we go. It should be a lot better now. Right, should work a lot better now, or should at least... Let me try something, let me readjust something. Yeah, it should be a lot better now. What I'm doing, I'm just using Logitech's camera thing. Right, yes, okay, so other than the motherboard, we're going to use, right, so we're just going to use take up the AMD CPU. Yep. Right, so this is the CPU, right? Right, so we're using the Ryzen 3600X CPU. This is from the Zen 2 lineup of CPUs. Are you using all AMD parts? Yes, I'm using all AMD parts. I was thinking of using for the GPU an RTX 2060 or a GTX 1660, but I got that GPU. We're going to show you it shortly from a deal on Amazon a couple of weeks ago. That's why I decided to go for it. And yeah, so as a result, we're going to show you what we're using shortly. So for my Nephew CPU, right? This does all of the calculations, okay? So for example, when it comes to a certain game or any kind of mathematical calculations, when a particular game requires certain processing, this does all the processing for the AI and those things, or anything that has to be done in the background. Since you're gaming at 1080p, CPU utilization depends on the resolution. Right? So 1080p, right? It's a lot more useful, or it's used a lot more compared to the GPU, compared as opposed to if you were to game at a higher resolution at 1440p, or in this case 4K. Right? Well, the stream is in 4K, guys. Sorry, but just the screen is. But yeah, but I'm gonna you'll learn more about clocks and everything and those things later. I'll send you a few videos you'll understand that more. Right. So the first thing that we're going to be looking at. The second thing is the SSD. For the SSD, we're going to be starting him off with the Western Digital NVMe SSD. Ryzen, what model? We are using the Zen 2 Ryzen 3600X Gallo. Am I getting it right? Gallo Calente. I totally butchered your name. I'm sorry about that, man. But yeah, we are using a Ryzen Zen 2 based 3600X CPU. Hey Zuri. You see? I'm not seeing anything yet. Right, for the SSD we're using you see where do you go on stream? Right, so for the SSD we're starting them off with the Western Digital. It's a 500 gigabyte model, yeah, 500 gigabyte NVMe SSD. What are you talking about? Okay, and then so take the power supply. Yeah. Right, so I know Hams was a bit nervous about going with yes, this is his first PC Master Race build, so he's always been gaming on consoles, so he's been streaming Apex and Call of Duty, etc. From his PS4, but this is the first time he's going to be building his own computer and everything, and so this is going to be his rite of passage, you could say. So for the power supply, we're starting him off with a bronze certified Thermaltake 650 watt power supply, and that should be enough for him. As even if he were to make certain upgrades, that should be definitely enough for him. If he wants to make any upgrades to his GPU, etc. in the future. And then, but we're going to be installing this last, so you can put that back down there. You can always put it on the tower. All right, take your time, Fearless. Yeah, I think it's a good power supply. And then we are going to take up the RAM. Right. Okay, so this is the G-Scale 16 gigabyte RAM. It can be clocked at 3000 megahertz. So it's got some good reviews on Amazon. It's the AG series. So yeah, I actually already tested this in my other system, so it's working quite good so far. So we're gonna plug this into his system and see where this goes. So I like to equate PC parts to like body parts, right? So the motherboard is like, let's say, sometimes I would like to refer to the motherboard as your heart, because it's pumping blood to everything else, but sometimes you could always say that the motherboard and the power supply is like your heart, right? Because everything connects to the motherboard, right? Except for the fans in some case. But everything connects to the motherboard, and through the power supply directs the power to the motherboard, which directs the power to everything else. Alright, so the motherboard is what's connected to everything, and makes everything connected to each other. And yeah, the storage is like your stomach, right? It's kind of like your stomach, right? Or you could say it's like your body. The more things you have, or the more stomach you have, the more things you can store in it, right? Until it's digested, aka deleted. Alright, CPU, I forgot to tell you, but it's like your brain, right? Pretty much. Right? You make all your processing, you make all your calculations and such. So welcome to Star Citizen. No Fearless. It's actually, Fearless. Gallo. It's actually, the RAM is 3000 megahertz. At least it's certified to be 3000 megahertz. When I tested it into my other system, I did not test it to see how far I can go. but I know that it can achieve 3000 megahertz. Even though I was kind of thinking, since it's the Ryzen CPU, 3200 would be a nice sweet spot. I was thinking, you know what, let's start him off with 3000 megahertz, and in case he wants to make any upgrades and replace this RAM in the future, perhaps you can always upgrade to a 3200 megahertz or even a 3600 megahertz RAM for his CPU. So the final thing is we're going to be looking at the GPU, which is the video card. It's marked thick on the box.
Okay.
It's right in front of you.
Right in front of me. These are the fans.
No? Yeah, no, so that's a GPU.
Oh,
Alright?
okay.
Yeah.
Why does it look like fan?
Well, okay, so I'll actually tell you that later on. So guys, this is the XFX Radeon 5600X, well XT, right? So I don't know much about this GPU, but I do know that it's a very capable GPU, especially at 1080p gaming. Alright, so we're going to be plugging this into a system. It does use the RDNA version 1 architecture. I know that attached to the GDDR6 memory. And yeah, it is built on a 7nm architecture. So Gallo asks, are you excited?
Yes, of course I'm excited.
Yes, he is excited. How many gigabytes? Right, so in terms of the VRAM, good question. I looked at it before. I cannot remember. Let me do a quick checkup on that. 1 second. Hold it. So let me do a quick checkup on the size of the GPU. Yeah, he's glowing his excitement. So it's the XFX Radeon 5600 XT. Right, so that is 6 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes I wish. 6 gigabytes of GDDR6 memory. It's up at 14 gigabytes per second. So yeah. It's a pretty capable GPU for 1080p gaming and potentially 1440p, but if he goes to 1440p, that he could always upgrade to a new GPU. Alright, so the reason why I call it a GPU is because it stands for graphics processing unit, right? As opposed to a CPU, which is central processing unit, right? But of course, you always use the regular nomenclature and say video card. Alright, so the reason why they are fans is because you want to be able to cool it. Right?
Oh.
So that's why they call it a dedicated GPU. Right, so it has its own, board and everything that does it for its own dedicated processing. So to do that, you need fan or some kind of cooling solution. So in most cases, as you can see for this fan design here, what you would do is, well, for some of these GPUs, you would have GPUs that would actually push out air, which is called blower style fans. Or you can have these, which may actually take in the air and then exhaust it somewhere else. Right, so when we actually open it up, you'll see a lot more directly what those things are about. So the first thing that we're going to be doing, is we're going to be installing our CPU. Okay. So to do that, let me see if we have any. Sweet. Yeah. You have a Vega 56WT. But yeah. AMD GPUs are pretty solid. The only thing I used to have a bit of a concern about, but I no longer have any concern over them, is the drivers. I think especially for this generation coming around with the Navi 2 GPUs, they'll be a lot more stringent, a lot more attentive when it comes to their drivers, because I think they really want to be competitive when it comes to competing with NVIDIA now. So I hope at least that they don't fall short of their drivers anymore. Which I doubt they will anyway. But yeah, so what we're going to do, we're going to take that CPU out of the box and we're going to see what's inside of that CPU. Always, let me help you out there. Right. Okay. Right, careful with it. Okay. Nice. Okay, so this is a CPU, right? me where it goes? Where you think it? Perfect. All right. So 10 points for Gryffindor. You got it right. Right. And this is what you would call the CPU fan. Okay. Actually, let me. Oh, I'm excited myself. But let you. Let you take that out. Alright.
Ooh, is
Okay.
that Iron Man's heart?
Yeah, it's pretty much like that. Oh yeah,
Oh,
be
boy.
careful, don't touch that part. Right, so this is what you like to call the, okay, yeah, let me give you a basic rundown on what each component of for this is. So this is the CPU fan, or the heatsink, or many people call it by different names. No, I did not. Zuri. He's talking about my 1080 Ti, which so he actually wanted my 1080 Ti, and I said that it was defective because it wasn't running Star Citizen very well, but I'm actually keeping it. So don't tell him I said that, even though he's definitely watching the stream right now. Don't worry, Zuri, I'll give you the 1080 Ti, but not right now. Alright, so yeah, Zuri, now you know the full story. Right, so this is what you call the heatsink. Alright, so basically how it goes is when the CPU is in the CPU socket, alright, you need some way to conduct and release that heat or relay that heat into the, well, out of it, right? Because the more calculations that you do, or the more work that you actually allocate to the CPU over time, it's going to build up heat, right? And unfortunately, it's not going to dissipate that heat on its own. That's why you need a heatsink to transfer the heat, like regular thermodynamics, and then use the fan to exhaust that heat outside from that CPU itself, right? That thing that you got under your hand here, that is thermal paste, right? This thing, right? Even though it already has thermal paste, we're just going to apply a small piece size onto it. We don't necessarily have to. So that's basically how it goes. So when this actually goes onto the CPU socket, the thermal paste helps it deal with the conduction, or the convection, in this case this is a liquid, and it actually transfers the heat to the heat sink, right? And other than the heat sink dissipating its own set of heat, this fan here, right, helps to exhaust the majority of the heat, right? And then of course using the case fans, that heat is actually exhausted out of the case, right? So first thing that we're going to do is we're going to apply or put this CPU onto this socket here. To do that, you're going to raise that silver looking lid, and to do that you won't pull it up only, you're going to push it across and then. Nice. Okay. Right, perfect. And then notice the shapes or the widgets or the widgets or whatever that exist here, right? What you're going to do, you're going to line the CPU up the same way that you're seeing here, right? So for instance, let's see if you actually could notice, but you're seeing 4 corners, right?
Yeah.
Do all 4 corners look the same?
No.
Right, which corner is different? Right. So which corner is here? Here looks different from the other 3 corners.
This one here at the bottom. I think.
Try it.
Really?
Actually, okay, here's what. Take it out and you'll be able to see it better. Oh, so Gallo has another question for you. What will be the first game that you will be installing after you build your computer?
First game?
Yeah, the try.
Apex?
No? Right, Apex. He says Apex.
Apex.
Right, so nice. So what you're going to do, right, you can always hold it like this. Oh, right. And then take a look, no, you want to look on this pin side here. Take a look at the corner that looks the most different.
I think this side.
Okay, great, perfect. Right, so now you're going to line up that guy
On
into
this?
the appropriate one. You sure it's that right?
It's upside down. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. Right, nice. Right, so just push it around until the socket actually fits. Nice. Alright? Perfect. So now what you're gonna do is you're gonna push this down and then you're gonna, well, do the opposite basically. Put this in, right? Then right, cool. Right, so the CPU is inside. Sweet. So now what we're going to do, we're going to put this guy onto here. Alright, but to do that, we're first going to unscrew these two brackets here. Or, wait, do it. So disclaimer, I haven't installed a default fan in years. So if I make a mistake, don't judge me. Okay, so just to be sure. Right, sweet, perfect, nice. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so what you're gonna do, you're going to unscrew these two, well, these 4 screws here, because we want to fit these screws to that CPU there. Right, this one.
Also, it only works when you tighten it.
Hmm?
To do it the faster way is only when you tighten it.
No, you can always do it. Okay. Alright, here we go. So we have the other ones. Well, it doesn't have that much tightening to do, so that's why the ratchet parts for the screwdriver wouldn't really work much. Right. Right, cool. Right, so now we are going to, okay, so this cord here, this has to go into something called a CPU fan header, right? So across the board, there are a number of fan headers. In this case, it's a 4-pin, right? So we want to look to see the actual pin that is most appropriate for that header itself. So we're going to look for something called a CPU fan. It would sometimes be at the very top, which is system fan. Right, so we can actually use that, or we can use this, right? Right, so system fan refers most likely to one of the fans there, right? So yes, because it has system fan 2 as well, and we have a number of different fans, fan pin headers distributed across the motherboard itself to support the fans in your case.
Oh.
So since you see CPU fan here, you see CPU OPT and CPU fan. So that means that this is the CPU fan here, right? So in that regard, what we're going to do, we're going to fit this into here.
Sorry, Joel, just what?
Right, so now what we're going to do is we're just going to fit that guy there, right? So let's make sure here is lined up. Then, okay, I was expecting that. Okay, okay, cool. So what we're going to do, so this is called the back plate, right? So we want to make sure that this actually fits inside here, and then we're going to bring that back up. Right, let me see if I have. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. Right. So now we're going to put this back inside here. No, right there. So the reason why I'm putting it this way is because, oh, yes. Right. So the reason why I'm putting it that way is because when we put it around here, we don't want any nudges getting in the way. Alright? So before we do that, we're just going to apply a little bit of some more paste, even though it already has it here. the pea size. Alright? So it will help with the distribution of heat and conduction of heat. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to line these screws up so that they fit all of the standoffs here. Yeah, I really didn't need to do that. Okay, cool. Right, so line all these up so it fits, so make sure that not touch instruments here. Right, also, it's a rectangle, not a square. That's why. Okay, right, nice. Right, so keep that there. And then what you're gonna do, right? You're gonna screw, remember, diagonal. Okay, so just a rule of thumb. Since you're screwing it in here, you don't want this part lifting. So put your hand over this, right? And you don't have to press, it'll just pull. Alright, so make sure, okay. Right, leave it there. Remember, you don't have to tighten all of them up. Just do each of them individually. Yep, the heat sink. Alright. Other guy. Alright, sweet. So, nice. Okay? Now, what you can do, you can always just make sure each or all four of them are officially tightened now. You don't have to do it too tightly, but you know, just so that it's snug. So the moment you feel some kind of resistance, you can always stop there. Okay. Remember diagonally. Right, perfect. Alright, so everything is good, snug, and secure. So the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to plug our fan header in. Alright? And just to remind you again, is the motherboard. In most cases, distributes all the power, like the heart, to everything. We need power, we need to power the fan. Right? So that's why we're plugging the fan into the CPU fan. On every motherboard, right, there is always going to be, in 99% of the cases, a dedicated fan header for the CPU fan, right? Except for if it's like a liquid cooled build like mine or something like that, then it's going to be something else. But so yeah, so you're going to plug this into the CPU. So remember where I would have plugged it in? I think it was here. All right. Because the reason why I put that in here because there are two fan headers, right? Seeing as how they worded it this way, that means that this one is the CPU OPT, right? Which is something else, and this one is the CPU fan, right? So you can plug it into the gray one. And notice that there's a certain nudge, so pay attention to that nudge as well.
I thought you said the GPU was defective, Zuri. Why should I sell it in the first place then? But we'll talk about it off the stream. Okay? So patience. Sasa isn't gonna wait.
Yeah, you're doing right. Alright, so just plug it in there and perfect. Alright, so just gonna there, right? Cool. Alright, sweet. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to plug in our RAM, right? So RAM stands for random access memory, right? RAM is like a storage. It's similar to storage or similar to this kind of storage. The only difference is that it's temporary storage, you can see, right? So for example, if you were to open up a program, right? RAM is like, I like to refer to RAM as your muscle, right? The more RAM you have, the more weight you can carry simultaneously, right? So for example, if you need to open up a game and then open up a program or a bunch of different programs, right? The more RAM you have, right? The more stuff that you can temporarily lift and carry over a certain period of time, right? So that's what I like to call or refer to when it comes to explaining what RAM is. So open it up. I did open it up before to test it, and it's testing or it's going good so far. And right, so take it out. It has 2 sticks, right? And where you're gonna plug those 2 sticks in, well, will be two of these slots here. Right. So notice, right? This notch here is not in the center, right? So you have to figure out or have to remember that orientation. So what where we're going to plug that stick and that stick in is we're going to be plugging it into this slot here and this slot here, right? What these slots stand for is I'm not sure if you can actually see it here, but they stand for A1, A2, B1, B2, right? In most cases, since it's coming as 2 sticks, that's what we like to call as dual channel memory, right? In other words, they communicate with each other, and you get more efficient performance that way, as opposed to plugging them into just random positions on your RAM slots and stuff. Right, so that's why we'll plug it into A2 and B2. Right, before you do that, you always have to make sure that this is open. Right. Yeah, so make sure, and so I'll show you, tight press, and make sure when you hit a click on each side, that's when you know it's actually in. Right? So you will undo the 2 latches for B2 slots. Right? And you're going to put the stick in that way as well. Yep. So always make sure that the orientation or the space it lines up with the actual spaces around as well. Oh, alright. Nice, just push and you will be fine that way. Okay? Right, so another reason why we plug it into these 2 slots here, you can always plug it into the A1 and B1 slot. But in most cases, sometimes if you have a large heat sink or something, that is usually the reason why we plug it into A2 and B2, right? So in other words, we could plug it into the first slot and the first slot the way it wouldn't have really mattered, right? So now we are going to install our SSD, right? So seeing as how you were born in the year 2000 plus, right, you wouldn't really know about things like a regular mechanical hard drive. Yeah, guys, we're really that old. But what these things are basically, so these are called NVMe SSD, as opposed to the regular hard drive. Remember the hard drive bay that you pulled out, right? That would hold the more traditional hard drive storage. But these are faster. I won't go into depth as to what they are, but they're a lot faster, a lot more responsive, and that's all I'll really tell you, right now. But you'll get to learn more about it as time goes on. So what I want you to do is, so this is what you like to call, well, it's just a case. I don't think it's a heat sink, similar to that, but I think it's just a housing under which you're going to put your NVMe SSD. So I want you to undo this by unscrewing this section here. make sure that it's in the right way. Oh no, just unscrew it. Yeah, anti-clockwise, yeah. Does it come now? Yeah. Right. Okay, let's get a thinner screw instead, because I don't think it was catching. Right, there we go. Yeah, it wasn't catching. Right, we're just going to take that out. Right, so I think this is just, it could be a heatsink. I think it is a heatsink. So what we could do is we could always use that to put over the actual SSD itself to help conduct the, yeah, I think it's a heatsink, to help conduct the heat to push it out, right? So we're going to be putting this into this section here. That, okay? So once again, and we just put this back in here. I don't know much about gigabyte video motherboards, but I didn't know that they actually brought their own heatsink that way. Oh, that's great. Just watch, man. Right, so that's good. So now, the other thing that we're going to do is, right, so the reason why, so we don't actually need these anymore, because that would have been for the traditional hard drive. Of course, you could always install or buy another hard drive if you want more memory, right? But as, well, for now, we don't actually need all that memory. With 500 gigabytes is going to be enough for you, especially since it's fast reading storage as well. So now what we're going to do, we install everything onto a motherboard. It's now to install the power supply into the case. So we will need some space. So we're going to put these things here, move over this. Right. Oh. Okay, so we're just gonna this one? Yeah, you can move that. Right, cool. Nice. Alright, so we're just gonna shift this to the end there, and we're going to bring our case. Okay. Yeah. Nice. So, do you have an idea as to where we're going to put our power supply?
I would put it underneath.
Perfect. Alright, so we're going to take the box, put the power supply. And we'll open it up. Use our trusty key. So take out the casing and the power supply. Right. So now lower it up. Right. Okay. So this is that's up here. Manual stuff with that. Right. So these are all your main cables. It's not okay. So it's not a modular power supply, which is super convenient. What a modular power supply is that it doesn't have any of the cables that you see here connected to it by default. I can always connect to it while using separate power supply. Right. But for now, it's not modular power supply, which is totally okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to take out all of these cables here and put this guy into our case. Right? Right there. Right. This is the right. Okay, so we can use that there. So I'm just going to write like this. That. There, get that out. In most cases, I actually keep this box. I would recommend that in case you're not using anything at all, you can always use this as a storage box kind of thing. Alright, alright, so this is going to be the power. So that'll come in the end. Alright, and next we're just going to unwind this piece here. Right. Right, so there. Alright, so there's a lot of cables. You don't have to be concerned too much. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what each cable does. So what we're going to do, just like that. Right, so we want to actually put this guy through here. Right, so an easy way to do that is to fit him in. Let me check something. So in most cases, you would normally fit him in. Okay. Right. What you can do, you can fit him in from here, right, from the side here. So what you want to do is, in all cases, right, you want some. This is an intake fan, right? There's a fan here that actually pulls in air. So by default, in usual cases, you would want this fan to be faced down, right? So that's basically the orientation that I want you to put the power supply in. Maybe intake fan face down, and this section here, where the power is, it has to face outside. Okay, so go ahead.
You want it in here?
Yeah, you always keep these together. I'm not sure why I do that apart.
This? Okay, so this is
Alright. Cool. So, to make everything a lot easier for you, what you can do is always take these fabric things out. Right? Okay. Perfect. Right? Wish these could actually come out this way, but it's okay. Right, so you want this to fit
snug here, right? And let's go on the other side. This way. Alright, so we want this to fit snug like this, mainly because you want your right. So if you look at it here, right, you see these three holes here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? So you should see 4 holes line up with 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? So we should have here, there, there, and there. Right? So you're going to use these screws. Right? And you use a screwdriver. And you screw these into your quick holes. Right? So make sure that they line up. If you want, you no. Wait, no. Okay. This is not part of the power supply.
Oh,
Right? Yeah. So you want your case to be bolted onto your power supply. Alright, so in other words, you want this to maintain this orientation, this position here, which means that you're going to be screwing holes here, right here, right here, right here, and right here. So let's start off with this one.
this one right here, right?
Right here. Right, nice. So yes, remember diagonal. So
This one over here.
let's see. Check. Try it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
What's going on, guys? I got you.
You can always do the ratchet. Yeah. Right, nice. Now you can do the other two screws.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Alright, one of them would be here. Yep. I probably shouldn't advertise my next build then, Hams. You guys will see. You guys will see. Right, that one, there isn't a hole here, so what you can do, you always just pull it from this side. Right? Yeah. No, this one, where my finger is.
Oh.
Yep. Right. Okay. Now just secure. Right. Right. Nice. Right. So the power supply is in. Okay. So here comes the slightly messy part. Now after we're almost done putting all of that stuff together, right? Now what we have to do is to, let's see. So we all the best thing that you always want to do, right, is to ensure that this area here has enough free space for airflow. Right, you don't want a whole bunch of wires and everything or cables getting in the way when it comes to your airflow, or coolant coming in and hot air coming out, going out. right? So that's why, yeah, so that's why we want only the important wires that are connecting to the motherboard to actually show up on this side. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to segment all the wires that we need and the ones that we don't. Okay, so for instance, the main thing that you want to first segment is the power coming from the power supply to the motherboard, right? There is always a cable that goes from the power supply to the motherboard to power the motherboard, because if you don't power the motherboard, then the other parts won't be able to actually have any power, right? And this is what you call 12-pin connector, 24-pin, well, 12-pin, 24-pin power supply, motherboard, power cable, right? So let's move all of these over here, right? So we always segment and, well, separate this one from the rest first. So this is going to your power supply. The next cable that you need is one for your CPU, right? So to get that, we just have to look for they normally, most cases, have labels called CPU power or whatever on the actual header or for the connector itself, right? So we're going to be looking through here, and I think I found it. Right, so this is going to be your cable for the CPU. Alright, so we're going to separate that guy too. Or let me turn it around so you can see what this thing. Oh, okay. Better. And I made a bit of a mess. Okay. So there, right? So we have our power for our motherboard, power for the CPU, right? Then since we are not using any mechanical hard drives or any SATA-based drives at all for our storage, since we're only using the NVMe SSD, the only other thing that we have to do is get our power for our video card, for the GPU, right? And if you were to check here, you would see well, you would not see. So we actually have no idea how if it's an 8-pin, 6-pin, or 2 8-pins for the GPU, but we'll figure it out eventually, right? But the main thing is that we have a motherboard connector and the CPU connector, right? Of course, you also want to make sure that your header cables are here, so that's there, right? And of course, we have one fan header. I think it's right. It's a 3-pin fan header right here. Right, right there, and of course we'll have the fan headers for these cases as well, right? The other thing is that this is called a Molex plug, right? That can be used to, of course, in this case, power the fans if they're coming straight from the power supply, or you could use the fan connectors or the fan headers instead, right? The difference between these is that if you were to plug in your fans directly to the power supply, they'll be spinning at a maximum speed, right? Because it wouldn't be connected to the motherboard, because connected to the motherboard, it can do things like vary the speed based on temperature, right? Oh. So for example, if you're not using the computer or putting any load on your CPU or any computer, right? Using the fan header, once it's connected to the motherboard, right, it'll know, okay, I'm not using much of my computer, that means it doesn't require that much cooling. Okay, that's the basic side of it, right? So since we're only using 1, 2, 3 fan headers, right? In most cases, the motherboard has enough fan headers to connect all 3, right? So for instance, we have one fan header here, one system fan here, we have one system fan here, and we have I think I saw another one. LED. I think it's 2 system fans here, but I'm only seeing a label for one. So not sure if it's 2 or, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Right, so what we're gonna do is we are now going to connect or put our motherboard into our case. Okay. No, you're not gonna need that stuff until Christmas comes. Alright, so we're now going to just turn this around. I'm going to keep these things separate. Alright, what we're going to do just to make things easy is, right, so these will be our cables for our video card. Alright, so we always keep these things separate. Alright, go put that in, put that in here. And plug out these other guys. Just for simplicity's sake. Yeah, this is why it's always good to actually do these things first before you start putting in the motherboard, so we'll be able to be as neat as possible. Right. So this is going to be, okay, cool. Right, so these are the main ones that we need, and these are the guys that we don't actually need. So those push these back in, right? And of course, we don't actually have to put these back in, right? You always put this into your box because you won't be using a mechanical hard drive anyway. So you will use the space here to just store your cable. Right, so we're just gonna turn this around now. Right. And we're going to just make it way down. That. And put these guys in here. Right. And what we want to do, we want to find effective ways in which we can actually make those cables feed through here. Right. So most likely, since the motherboard pins are here, what we would like to do is, I'll let you do it, right? We want to feed this motherboard cable, this power cable, into the most suitable space here, to the most suitable grommet to meet this position here. So you tell me which is going to be the most suitable position.
Most suitable?
Yeah.
Honestly. I'm not sure, honestly.
Alright, so I'll give you a bit of a head start, right? So since the motherboard power cable, power header, is going to be situated around this region here, a good position would be to push it in to here, right? To this grommet here, right? And I'm going to show you why. So I'm just going to push him in through here first, and then since the CPU power cable is here, and this is the CPU power cable, since he's at the top, I'm going to push him from the top, right? Pretty simple. Okay. Or we can always push him in. Yes, this is the position. Yeah, right. After that, we'll just push in the other ones. For instance, the GPU. We can always push in the GPU from below, right? So we can always push that in here, but we'll do that after. Right, so cool. Okay. So before we do that, we're just gonna take these things out, and I'm gonna make sure that our power supply, our motherboard is actually in. So maybe I should actually get this here. I'll actually put that there. Then, right, so I'll let you put in the motherboard, so you'll be able to have a feel of exactly what you need to do that properly, right? Okay. The reason why I'm doing all of this is because you want your case to lay down a lot more comfortably when you're resting your motherboard down into the keys, right? So now I'll just put that or position that here. I want you to plug in your motherboard. So some pretty basic steps or pretty basic thing that you have to follow is this is called a rear I/O panel, right? Or rear input output panel. Yeah, that's the full name of it. And where this fits is that it actually goes in the back in the spacing here, right? And notice how there are, like I showed you before, there are these standoffs that exist, right, for each of the designated holes. So at the very bottom you'll see 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, actually yeah, you come in. So you actually have a feel of where they are, right? So the 1, 2, 3 at the very bottom will correspond with these, and then in the middle you'll be 1, 2, 3. You see the ones in the middle? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. No, 1, 2, 3. Those are the ones in the middle, right? On the very top, can you see where they are? It's 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. Great. So what you're going to do, you're going to hold it right here. Here. Yep. Alright. Cool. And you're going to slowly hit it. So be mindful of the fans. Right. Doing it so far. Right. So remember where the standoffs are? Right, so there's one here, right? So make sure that this one, this hole here, fits in with that one. Right, so far so good. Right, just want to actually, so this guy here has to fit flush against that guy there. So lift him up if you can a bit, and right. So what we're going to make sure now is, let's use the phone. Right, so what we're going to do, we're going to make sure that the actual standoffs actually line up with the holes themselves. So yeah, you did a pretty good job. Good job on that. Alright, so we're just going to make sure that all of them line up. Alright, alright. 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 So we're just going to push this guy. This way. Right. Yeah, nice. Right, so it all lines up. Okay? Let's make sure. Right, excellent. Now we are going to screw everything in. Right? Using the screws that they would have supplied us with. These screws. Right. So I believe, yeah, so you can either use, I would more recommend using these screws. Alright, so let me open them up. Right, so since it's 9, we're just going to take out 9, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? Put that in. Right. So now we're gonna, so that'd be pretty, I would say, I would more so recommend use this one because it's a very small head, right? So we have to be pretty careful so it doesn't actually fall between these things. So I'm gonna do just a few. Right, I'll do the more difficult ones first. Huh? Yeah, that's good. I'm a professional. Alright. So again, when it comes to these things, you always do diagonally, right? of course, you could always use your finger to just at least position it and then apply the screw. Yeah, it's working. Okay. It actually actually. Right. So this guy right here. Let's see if I can actually- Oh, you know what? Okay. So what we can do? Unscrew this guy, so we'll have more room to put it in. Oh, right. Right, so now we're actually screwing in the motherboard onto the case itself. But we're just removing one fan at the top to give him some extra room to apply those screws onto the motherboard. Let me help you out there. Okay, nice. Right, so I'm just going to take him out. Right, and there. And I'm just going to get that one screw. And him in properly this time. Right, yeah, there. Yeah, everything's lined up. Good job, man, good job. Okay, so this way. Right, let's take out the screw there. Right here. Two. Oh yeah, sorry about that, guys. Alright, good. Very cool. Alright, nice. Now I will plug. I'll do this one and then I'll let you do the rest. 4 more to go in. Can you see where they are? One, two, three, four. Nice. So I'll hold that for you. We're almost done putting everything in to the computer. Right? Hold it. Right. Remember diagonally? Oh, we trying to do that because it's not magnetic. So it may actually fall off. Yeah,
I thought it was.
yeah, so the screw isn't magnetic. So yeah. So Ed the trash can asks, what are these specs? Ed, first of all, thanks for dropping in. So for the CPU, we are installing Ryzen 3600X CPU for him with G-Skill Aegis memory with 16 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. We're going to clock it at 3000 megahertz. For the power supply, we're using Thermaltake 650 bronze certified power supply. By the way, for the case, we are rocking a Corsair Carbide 175R mid tower. Let's see, the motherboard, we are using the X570 Aorus Elite from Gigabyte. And for the GPU, we're using the XFX Thick 2 Radeon 5600 XT. So these are the specs for his first PC gaming computer. What are your specs like, Ed? Alright, yeah, that looks good. Just one more. Oh, be gentle. No, okay. So make sure so you don't have to push it in, right? So if it's in the hole there, you just have to push it left and right, and it literally falls in the hole. If you're not hearing any clicks from the ratchet, means that you have to catch it some more. So just turn it, right? We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. And as you learn over time, these things can probably take you up to like just an hour to actually do. Right? But this is your first time, and we're gonna make sure that you understand it. And we're pretty much almost done with the actual putting together everything. So now what we're gonna do is we just want to make sure our cables are attached to our install. Right? So to do that, we are going to install our CPU power, which is in here. So what I want you to do is look at the orientation, because there are going to be different shapes for each pin, right? And look at the orientation for the socket itself. So you may see square casings around each particular pin, and you're going to see a different thing for the socket itself there. And just put it on. Yep. Seems difficult. put it in? No, not. No. Okay. So that was, alright, so you're doing the right thing. It's just that. You're doing it, just that you have to kind of. Right. Sweet. Okay, so everything's not there. Right, so what I want you to do is before we put this in, we're going to make sure that all of the cables are connected. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to plug this guy in, which is the motherboard connector for the power. Right? So you're going to do the same thing in this case. Well, just look at the positioning so you'll know the correct orientation.
What do you want to see? Especially since you actually came to the channel late, by the way, Zuri.
Let's see. Alright. Good job. Nice. Just have to push them a little bit more. Alright, nice. So now we can actually place this. Alright guys, so the build is just about completed. So we installed the CPU with the heatsink, we installed the RAM, we installed one of the fans, just put the other one in. We installed the SSD, which is actually underneath the heatsink.
So what did you want to see, Zuri?
Because you actually showed you everything. So now we're going to install we're going to leave the GPU for the very, very last. Right? But now what we want to see, what we're going to do, we're going to make sure all of the other motherboard, all of the other cables are connected to the motherboard before we put in that GPU, because that GPU is actually going to plug up everything. So before we do that, we are going to connect our fan headers. Yeah. So so that's something called Restream. So you could actually stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook at the same time. Yeah, so that's something I actually want to show you how to do as well. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make him lay down one more time. I'm gonna plug this into each of the individual system fans, right? So we had one system fan here. We had one here, and we had another one. I think that's a system fan, yeah. So we're gonna plug one system fan in here, right? So I'm seeing so far, I'm seeing two. So what you can do, a neat trick, is to connect one fan to another, right? In that regard, we will be able to use one system fan or one, also two, right? And we always reserve one of these, one of the other system fans for this guy, right? So in that regard, what we're going to do is I'm going to let you plug this system fan here into that guy here. It's going to be next to the CPU cable. Make sure the orientation is correct. How many pins do you see there? Three. Right. How many pins do you see on the board?
Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right. So you're seeing that there's a bit of a nudge separating the three from the last one. Right. So you're going to position that pin there to associate itself with that nudge. So just to be sure, right, seeing how the nudge is there, you're going to make sure that this is facing this way, right? It's going to be going down like that. So the nudge gets between these two portions here.
This is fine. Okay, so what I'll do is actually I'll move the table closer to the webcam, so you'll be able to see.
I don't know if that's good.
Easy. All right. Sometimes can be a little difficult. Right. Okay. So before we continue, one of our viewers It's complaining that he isn't seeing anything. Right? So we'll move that closer. Alright, and then we're gonna fit this guy up here. Put this lower down. Alright. Is that better? Alright. And then let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, the benefits of having an all black case, you don't really see anything. Alright. Okay. So let me see if I can actually use my light to help. Okay, that should help. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to leave him for last for now, right? What we're going to do now is we're going to connect the wires for these headers here onto the motherboard. So we're just going to pull them here. Oops. Alright, sweet. Nice, it's better. So now we're going to just connect these. Pull them out from here. Alright, so in this case, you can actually pull all these cables back out. So these are all the cables that we'll be connecting to the motherboard itself. Alright, so let me just give you a basic rundown of what each does. So this is your USB header. Alright, so this governs the power going to your USB. Alright, so this goes to the motherboard itself into the right appropriate port. And then this is for your audio. Yes, it is. No, sorry, this is for your audio. Right? And then you have a series of connectors, and I'll show you exactly what they are when it's ready to connect them. So the first thing that we're going to plug in is the one for the USB header. Right? So I'm going to show you where the header is. Okay, so let's come over here. So the USB header is going to be either this one or this one, right? So the motherboard supports 2 headers, right? Or 4 headers, you can say, right? So what I want you to do is direct the USB cable into the most appropriate position that you think, right, will reach the most appropriate grommet that is closest to the port itself. So take a look at the actual grommets themselves, and you'll see which one.
I don't know which one is
Oh,
USB.
it's this one.
This one here?
Right? Yeah. So remember, you don't actually have to do the use only the ones on the side. You don't actually have to use only the ones on the side. You also use the ones at the bottom, etc., etc. Whichever one is closest to the point, I would say that's what you should use.
What about this one right here? This one?
No? Repeat that?
Right here?
Right. And what would be the closest grommet that will allow you to get to there?
Through this space here?
Too close. A little. I mean, you can use that. Okay, you know what? You try. Because it's always better for you to actually try and see if that will work.
Can I put it through this part right here?
Huh?
Can I put it through here?
Yeah, you can, yeah. Right. So this is what you call cable management, right? And it's pretty much the same thing that I was telling you about. You want as much, you want to maximize as much airspace or space on, around this area here to maximize your cooling. Right. So that's the reason why I told you, okay, this will be the closest place to actually connect your motherboard, because when it's time to actually create some more space, you always do that. You have a lot of space coming from your fan, going and hitting your motherboard and your RAM, and those things cooling all of them off. Right. So this was a good space to put it. But another place where you could have tried to put it, I'm not sure if it's going to reach, but you could always try, is you could always, let me show you back here, you always put it from in the back here, right? And then you can try to fit him from here. Put it actually, I'm not putting it. Oh, why is there space from the?
I see a space here, but I don't see it from that side.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, it's not really. So if anything, you could actually go back to your original thing because that was a pretty good space to put it. But let me see if I can actually try and fit it through here. Right?
Yes.
In that regard, we'll always position him this way. Right? So he goes here. Right? And fits in here very neatly. Okay? So we're gonna make sure, because there's a notch here, so you'll know the orientation. And there's a notch, or there's a space right here, you'll know the orientation. I'm gonna make sure that he fits in nice and snug. This way. I'm gonna be extra careful so you don't bend the pins. Right? Perfect. Right? So that's that. So it's nice and snug. And it's minimum space, right? Well, you're maximizing your space by minimizing how much space it's taking up, right? So next, we want to plug in our other header cables, which will be, let's see, right, these guys, right? So we want to plug in our HD audio, right? That's going to be, for example, if you want to plug in a headphone jack here, right? And the audio jack is going to be, now let's look for it. Somewhere here. It's usually at the very bottom. Oh, okay, found it. It's right here. In most cases, every motherboard has the audio jack usually right here. So you tell me where how we should actually direct the cable to make it fit there.
And you can't, so either from, if not, can't go through there. Could it?
Yeah.
Say it's there.
Yeah, sure. Give it a try.
Which one was it? Was it this?
Yep. Right. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, once you can see the table, that means you can definitely fit. Try again. See if there's a closer hole, then you could actually pass that through.
Oh, because it's coming on the edge.
Exactly. Right. Alright. Nice. Alright, so I want you to connect this one. Okay, so notice how there will be a certain, so you'll see a certain set of pins on the motherboard itself, and you'll see a notch with a missing space on the cable itself, so you'll know the orientation.
So going this way.
You see? Right, okay, so in this case, right, there are 2, 4, 6, 8, and 7 pins, right? Notice how there's a notch here where a pinhole should have been. Right, so in this case, you look for, on this port here, you would see 2, 4, 6, or 2, 4, 6, and 7. Right, so I know you can't really see it properly. Actually, I wasn't seeing it properly, you were correct. Right, so he was right. Right, so yeah. So seeing as how, yeah, so you do put it in this way because the missing piece or the missing pinhole is actually at the very bottom. Right, so the actual pin, this one here, is at the top. Right, so you do the honors. Take it, Zuri. Thanks for dropping it. Right. So remember to not force it in if it's not feeling like it's gonna pull in. Stick. Right, yeah. Hit this again. Right, sweet. Good job, man. Nice, right? So maximizing the space with minimal usage space. Right, so the next thing that we do for the header cables is we fit these things in. So most likely this is the, you guess what this is? You did it before.
This one?
Yep.
I think yes, I'll just
You did it before. No,
Yeah.
something else. You did no.
This one.
You look at the design. You had used the exact same thing before. How many pins does it have?
3.
Right. And what other component did you connect it?
Fan?
Correct. Right. So what you want to do is you want to connect that to an appropriate fan header. Right. So we have, from what I saw on the board, there are only 2 system fan headers, right? I may have missed one, but I'm only seeing 2 system fan headers. So what you can do is you can connect that system fan header to this one on top. Well, no, my bad. What you can do is, let me see that one. May not fit. Okay, so what we actually could do is one second.
This is the button.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I guess we could use that one for. Guess we did. Just want to make sure I can use the CPU PT. Right, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Right, so remember when we looked at, we saw 2 fan headers here? And I said it was OPT and the CPU fan? Right, so CPU OPT, right, so CPU fan is by default the header that you can use to power the fan for the CPU, right? CPU OPT is like, for example, if you have really large heat sinks, sometimes you would have like a large heat sink going this way, and you'll have one fan here and one fan here vertically facing this way. right? And what that would actually help the user to do is they would connect the one of the fans to the CPU fan, and another fan, the fan will position this way, to the CPU OPT. Right? But basically, in this case, the CPU OPT, we don't actually have a heatsink that uses two fans. So what you can what you could actually do is connect this fan here, right, to the CPU OPT, because it serves the same purpose as having another fan connected to the motherboard. Right. So yeah. So we found our other fan header for the motherboard. You could always connect that one to that case here. So find the closest well space that you think will be most appropriate to connect that fan header to that motherboard.
This is good. So we're gonna connect right here.
Huh?
Gonna connect right here.
Yep.
So top.
Yeah. For right, yeah. Right. Right. Got it. To remember the orientation because of the 3 pins. You probably look on top of the on top here and see too. Yeah, keep going. Sweet. Nice, good job. Right. So the next thing that we're going to do is everything is pretty much connected now. So we are now going to connect the final bits for these. So we connected the header, the cable for the USB headers. We connected the fan. Now we're going to connect. Well, we also connected the cable for the audio. Now we're going to connect the other peripheral cables, or other peripheral wires, onto this. And to do that, I think Gigabyte supplied us with a pretty useful tool here. I do not know if it is. Yes, it is. So I've never used this before. I never really needed to use this. But I was learning the hard way. But I don't know if you guys have seen this either, or how long you guys have seen this, or how long it's been since you guys have seen this. But the is this really is it? Yeah, it is. Actually, it is. It is. So let me see if this is. It's here. So I don't know if you guys have actually, or how long it's been since you guys have actually seen this before. This is the one that could help you know exactly which power LED and everything that you have to connect onto the motherboard from your header itself. So what we're gonna do, so basically what we're gonna do, we're going to find the area where we have to connect the remaining sets of wires, right? And if I can find them, they're usually at the bottom right here, and I'm not seeing them for some reason. Okay, that's why. Okay, so interesting. Very interesting. So I guess I really do have to plug this in, or do I have to? Okay, we don't have to. I don't think we have to. All right. So we're going to direct these cables here, right? And let me show you where you have to plug them in. They have to go into these cables. Well, that region right there.
Okay.
All right. They don't entirely show you where or what the names for them are. They usually do instead of using this thing. Yeah. Right, that's gonna be the reset. It's gonna be the power. Okay, so let me try to put this in first. But does your phone have a flashlight?
Flashlight, yeah.
Right here. Yeah.
Oh boy, why is it moving so slow? Supposed to just scan. Gosh.
Okay, sweet. So we're gonna push these guys. So I want you to find the most appropriate area to push these guys through. I'm seeing one, but I'm gonna let you decide. So look here. Right, remember they have to come over here. Right, so look at the closest space.
I like this one. But I think it's gonna choose.
There's another one too.
On here or here?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Two of them?
Yeah. Alright.
Plug it in one time.
Plug the other ones in. Well, plus the other one. Plus the other guys in too. Nice. Just want to make sure of something here. Right. So those are the speakers. LED. Okay. Cool. Right. Nice. Sorry. Alright. So most likely, since those are the speakers, 1, 2, 3, 4, power, reset, 3 there. This is a weird design, but I think I know exactly how it's supposed to go. Right. Okay. Now. Okay. Right. Okay. So that's why I've never used this before. That's why I've always relied on the actual labels of the motherboard itself to know for sure. Okay. So notice how there are a different number of pins, right? And there are different number of spaces between each pin series.
Yeah.
So starting from the left, on the top left, you would see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's a space, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 at the top. Right? At the bottom, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pins, and then there's a space, and there are 1, 2, 3 pins. So this could actually help you to know exactly how to position your wires appropriately. So for instance, let's start at the bottom. You will notice that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pins if you go this way, right? And then there's a space. There are 1, 2, 3. Okay? So similarly at the bottom, starting from the left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then there's a space, 1, 2, 3. Right? And in that regard, you could then look on the side
And see which
to know, yeah. Right? So let's start with the 1, 2, 3 at the very bottom, right? Which is going to be the bottom right. Right? What does that say? So look on the, so this is going to be, so this part here is going to be the right hand side. Right? So what does that say on the label here?
What does it say? It says power LED.
Right, so power LED. Right? So what does that say is, so you tell me which of these pins, right, are going to connect to that guy.
2, 4, 6.
Right, here. You can hold it and,
Go like on the side here.
yeah. So for instance, right,
You wanna put it into this first and then plug it in? Or-
Yeah. So, for instance, you're seeing power LED, and then above power you're seeing a negative. You'll see a negative symbol,
Oh.
right? And below LED you'll see a positive symbol, right? And there are 3 pins in total that actually comprise of this.
So yeah, so positive and negative on these.
Right. So you have to know. So you have to read and see which one is positive.
This one positive,
Right. Yeah.
this one is negative. And then I see these two things here saying power SW and then reset SW.
Right. Cool. Right. So we could actually know exactly which is which. Right. So apparently you have a number of options here. So because for example, you're seeing in the end here power LED for this hole here, and well, power negative and power LED positive. But on this side, right, you're seeing power LED positive and negative. Right. So in that regard, since these are the 3 holes at the bottom here, but if you look at the top, right, so remember these 3 holes, the bottom there. But if you look at the top left, you're seeing power LED as well, right? And then you're seeing power, right? And notice how you have a power LED positive, a power LED negative, and then a power SW, right? So in that sense, you could always plug in your power LED positive and negative in the top left, followed by the power SW. Okay? So for instance, I'm going to keep this right here to show you. So power positive is going to be the first guy. So hold this on for me. Right, so I'm just going to put him, since he's positioned this way, I'm just going to put him this way. Right? So power positive is going to be the first guy, so he's going to go in. Let me see if I can. Oh, old legs.
I could put unplug.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Right there. So we are going to push him back to here. Oh. Right. Good. Right, so now we are going to just position here. Make him nice. Okay. Now, it was best that I actually this way. Right. Good. So now, remember what this guy showed, right? You have 3 pins here. Right, it's going to be this way, right? So you have power positive on the far left, and well, power LED positive and power LED negative. Right, so we have power LED positive, so let me push them here, and power LED negative, and then we have power. Right, so we're going to connect these guys this way. Right, so that just start by connecting that guy there. Then we connect. Oops. Let me just make sure that I have everything, so I don't actually need to teach the audio. It's gonna be there. That's gonna be 4. Power LED, power. Alright, then reset. Speakers are on that side. Okay, cool. So we have our 4 power, and then the reset is actually just below it. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to connect the reset first, and then we're going to connect the power stuff. Right, so it's just below, right? You can see it's just below it. So it's not the first 2 pins on the far left, but the second 2 pins after those first 2 pins. So counting 1, 2, 3. Right. Chat. Oh. Right, and now we're gonna connect these final 4 guys here without pulling this guy out. Now this is the mark to get in trouble. I have to connect these things. So they are in. Just want to make sure that I have these two connected properly. Positive and negative, positive and negative. Push it this way. It's causing like a bit of a shadow. Right. Done. All of them are in. Good. Now we're just going to connect this guy here. You're positive. That guy there. Is there a positive anywhere? Right, so you see an arrow pointing that way.
East.
Yeah.
Are they doing the same for them?
Alright, sure. Okay, so it's not there. I think it was a
So the thing you just give my water or something like this?
Yeah, sure.
Right, one more thing I want to ask you.
Yeah.
And it's been my side as a fashion line.
Yeah.
In terms like when all this happened with the software file.
Yeah.
With streaming elements. That's about what, 2 hours? For the hour?
So what I was actually thinking of doing is just installing Windows, and then after I could actually let you guys take it, and I can use TeamViewer to just control the computer from my end
Oh,
at home.
okay.
So yeah.
Alright.
So
no
I'll just
problem.
actually install Windows, and then that's going to be the main thing, and then you guys could actually take it home, and then you could actually do everything remotely.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. If not, we could chill out there. We
Yeah,
can
yeah,
go
sure.
hustle.
Yeah.
Right? You
Yeah.
understand?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay.
Right.
Right, Julie, if you're hungry, I'll just buy Sarah. I'm going to
So this is to range. I'm not entirely sure where this guy fits in because he's not actually. Or is he? No. Okay. Mandel, could you do this? Not entirely sure where this guy fits in the grand scheme of things. So we will have to do some process of elimination. Can you direct your camera? I want to see exactly which cable on that side is that is connected to here. So he goes here. That means okay. So this is the LED power. So basically, since this is an LED fan, right? It has 2 power cables connected to it. The system fan power cable to power the actual rotation of the fan itself, and the lights. So yes, right. So on this motherboard, right, there are 4 headers that you can always use to power that. So can you look at this motherboard and see? All right. Remember, you're looking for LED. Which one or which part of the motherboard actually has those?
Right here.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's about it.
There'll be 4 more. 2 more.
Two more.
Mhm.
Oh, right here. So,
Perfect. Nice. But since this guy is here, I want you to choose the closest area to fit him. You can always move the position of the cable itself if it's too far away. Because remember, it's going to feed in from the back.
Yeah, I'll move the cable.
Alright.
And probably just put it up here or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right, yeah, cool. Nice. So which does each one of them say?
It says DLED2 and LEDC2.
The LED2, the C2. Alright, and this one says the LEDC1 and the LED1. Alright, so I guess you'll always plug it into either one. But since this is a 4-pin, right, I would recommend you plug it into the 4-pin connector. Bob Ross of PC building.
I'm not following it right.
Okay. Right. 1 second. So it doesn't actually have any arrows, so yeah.
Just put any direction.
Yep. Because yeah, it doesn't actually have any the orientation is pretty much the same. Let's plug it in through here. Or right, and that's it. Cool. Right, so we have our fans connected. We're just missing one fan, which we can plug into via here. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna reconnect him to plug him in via this section here. So yeah, let's see if we can actually fit him in. So before we actually fit him in, just make sure your orientation is correct again. Remember, he has to blow up.
So go up.
Yep.
Oh, like this.
Yep. Nice.
And then inside here.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So make sure. So you have either options, right? Either screw him in here, 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 or here, here, and here, here.
I'll probably send last time.
Yeah. Because why? Remember why? Right. Because we want to get as much cooling out of the CPU as much as possible, as well as the rest of the motherboard as well.
If you want to call,
Yeah, that's going to be the CPU port, but it's no worries because we could always just pull this out to get it out of the way. Right? So yeah. But what we're going to do first, what we can do first, is we can always plug this guy in to power him, right? Or we can always, since we actually connected this fan for the power into the CPU OBT, we have ourselves a free fan header, right? So you can always plug him in here, right? Above your uncle, it's connected, and next we can always plug him in through here. Alright, so you can do it either way. Do it so whichever you think is best, that you could always organize your cables to suit in the end. So I would say you could always do it so, right? And then you could always jam your cables somewhere up here, right? So
Yeah.
right there, and the screwdriver is right there. Make sure the screwdriver is right here. Yeah, here's good.
Alright, take it there.
Let's push these things. I'll just put these things in the microwave downstairs, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we have been building for the past 3 hours.
Not too bad. Not too
Yeah, not too bad. For my first time, I took, I think, it took about 3 to 4 hours to, for my first build too. So yeah, so far so good. Alright, so everything's snug. Alright, cool. So we have our connected fans right here, right there. So we're just gonna fit this just to make it look a little good. Have a space right here. See if you can try to, pull this.
Pull it out?
Yeah. Oh, it's actually connected, so you don't have to pull it out. But what's the? Right there. Well, of course we don't want it, but we can do. Right. So this is a trick that I always do. It's a pretty common trick anyway. Well, not really a trick, but since we don't want the wires getting in the way of the fan, we always push them. Well, put them around the actual case itself. Right. So seeing as how we do that, so it actually fits around the actual case, and then of course you always do the same here. Right. So and that's that. Cool. And then for this guy, you can always fit him up here above the heatsink. And there. Super clean case. Even though the webcam isn't really focusing as much as I hope it would. Right, so the next and final thing that we're going to do is plug in the video card. Alright, but to do that, we want to make sure that we have the cable for that. Alright, so the video card, actually no, before we do that, we're going to make sure how many cables the video card uses. Alright, so I want you to put this guy down there. We no longer need him. Right, and then I want you, right, to open up the final die. Oh, let me help you a little bit with that. Right, nice. Nice. Okay, cool. So they gave us our own. So this is an example of what we would call a modular connector, right? Remember I was saying that some power supplies are modular, where you can actually fit them, well, connect it from the power supply itself to the GPU, because the power supply doesn't actually have any connectors with it, right? So this is just an example of a modular connector, right? But since the power supply already comes with the component, it's always, you don't need it. Alright, that's just my notes that we don't need because we use my notes.
Good. Oh my.
Right, so that is the meat of everything. Alright, just to make sure that there isn't anything in that case here. So what we'll be doing is we'll be storing all our stuff in our power supply case. Our power supply box. Right, nothing in it? Okay, cool. We don't need that box anymore.
Over there?
Yeah, you can put it. Nice.
Alright.
So we're going to be putting this guy, right? There. We're going to be putting this guy into. This is what you call a PCIe X16 slot, right? Notice that there are two of them, right? And what the two allows you to do is you can run two graphics cards at the same time in unison, right? In the older days, well, not really older days, but we used some persons used to do that to get extra power for to push the games or graphical limits, or if anyone are using multiple GPUs for other instances, then they would sometimes plug two GPUs in for them to work in unison. Doesn't have to be in unison all the time, but yeah. But in most cases, that all depends on the game developer if they are willing to develop the game or optimize it to utilize two GPUs or three GPUs at the same time, right? But drawback is that sometimes it actually limits the amount of power or communication that you can actually, or bandwidth that you can get from one CPU, from one PCIe slot, right? For the overall system. So in this case, putting that aside, what we want to do is that we're going to fit the slot here, right, or whichever it may be, into this slot here. But to do that, right, and before we go there, right, holding this card up, you will actually see that there are certain display ports, right, HDMI and those things that you'll actually connect to your monitor, right? So in that regard, it has to do the same thing that these I/O ports are doing, which is sticking out flush at the very back, right? And in that regard, it has to fit between here, right? Notice that it takes up approximately just 2 slots. So because of that, can you tell me what we have to do to make that fit here? Look outside of the case and look inside of the case to see what you have to remove.
Well, let's unscrew this.
Alright. Okay. So I want you to unscrew the appropriate, well, 2 of the appropriate ones that will allow you to fit that video card into the motherboard.
I'll probably take out this one. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And probably then this one.
Yeah, give you a look at the one right below it.
Right below?
Yeah, right below it.
I'll just fold it up.
If you don't hear any ratcheting, that means it's not actually right. So yeah, it should have the manually. Alright, sweet. Okay, let's look at it here. Nice, nice, nice. What you're going to do is you're going to lay this guy down. Right. Okay, laying down on his back. Oh, let's fix those cables first. Alright, so what we can do, we want to direct, or what and firstly is take him out of the bag. Alright, throw the bag away. We don't want, never rest that guy on that bag, never. Alright, and then you're gonna look to see if there are any power ports anywhere on the GPU itself. Oh, by the way, let's show your viewers the actual card itself. So this is the XFX 5600 XT by the Radeon XFX 5600 XT. So this is what he's going to be using to power his games, guys. Alright, so tell me if you are seeing any power cords or any power ports on that card itself.
Cords.
Well, ports.
Cords.
That's going to be supporting these guys.
Okay.
Nice. And how many pins are you seeing there?
8.
8. Right. So choose from this lovely selection here the most appropriate. You can always rest that on its back here, like that. So choose the most appropriate from that selection there.
Yes.
Nice. Alright. And the reason why it has like a 6 pin and an extra 8 and a 6 pin and an extra 8 is because sometimes some GPUs that don't actually require as much power will normally just require 6. Right? But in this case the GPU requires 8. Right? And sometimes there are some GPUs, like that guy, that requires
12.
yeah? Well, 16.
16.
Yeah. Yeah. GTX 1080 Ti.
Oh my god.
Right? And well, most of the high-end GPUs require 16 in some cases, right? But in this case, he only requires 1 6 plus 2, right? So 8 in total. So what you can do is we want to keep him reserved, so we will just take him away from everybody, and we're gonna plug the we're gonna organize these guys first. All right, so we're gonna take these guys, fold them up nice and neat. Yeah, we could actually use those straps. So that's I mean, we don't actually have to, right? What we can do is just fold them in just like this. Just like this. Alright, make sure that they're like that. And fold these guys in just like this. Just like that. Right. And we'll just push them through here. We just want to make sure that he has enough space there. I'm just put them to the hardware bay and nobody sees them. Right? Nice and neat. Right? And then we can after let me pull him through here. Cool. Then we can always decide on what to do in terms of his positioning, right? But for now, we always push him through here, just so that the case can actually fit and rest neatly. Neatly down. Alright, so let's do that. Alright. So, before you actually push that in, there is a bit of a clip that you have to adjust or open up, similar to how you actually open this up, right, for the RAM. Can you tell me what it is?
Open up.
It's right next to this slot. Same thing as the RAM.
Same thing as here. Okay. Isn't this?
No,
No.
it's
Right here.
exactly.
Okay.
Right, so you open that up first. Right, so it's pushed down. Well, you only have to focus on this one because that's the only slot that you're pushing it in. And yeah, right. And then you have to take out the casings for your output ports and the actual slot itself.
Take this out?
Yep.
How do you do that?
Yeah, just pull it out.
Just pull it out? No, I don't. Oh, okay.
Right. And then take out the output port, the display port cases at the very back.
Display port cases.
Okay. Right, so there will be ports here.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, this will be your display port. This will be your HDMI port. This this will be your display port again, which is a bit strange. It's separating display port. Oh well. Then this one will be your, so it has 3 display ports, 1, 2, 3, and 1 HDMI port, right? Depending on your motherboard and depending on the type of HDMI port or display port capability you have, you can choose whichever ones that you deem it fit. Right, so now we have everything set up. So I'll let you do the honors. But first, we'll do the usual satisfying thing. And take this guy out. Nice.
How do I
Okay, one there. Actually, I think there. That's more. There. Let's take that out too. Don't necessarily have to, but I normally do it because I mean plastic and heat kind of prevents the management of it anyway. Right, so here you go. All plastic is out. You have your GPU. Nope, not all plastic is out. Come on. Just hanging. Okay, officially, the GPU is ready. Right, so I'll let you do the honors.
I'm thinking like this.
Yeah.
This way.
Okay. Keep in mind this slot here.
It's going down.
There. Yeah. Need some lights. So far so good. And
You know, like cotton.
just gotta position it very carefully. There we go. Alright, you this nut. Right?
Have to screw it back in?
Hmm?
Have to screw it in?
Yep, you can screw that on.
So this could hold multiple.
Hmm?
Another one. This could hold another one.
Yeah, but
Not necessary.
it all depends on the game itself, right? So if the game actually can support it,
Mm-hmm.
then it will support something called, well, in this case it's called crossfire, right? Crossfire support with, in other words, that is what you call multi-GPU support, right? But if the game does not really support it, then it's not going to scale well. When we say scale well, we mean, okay, if the GPU or if the game is performing at a certain level
Mm-hmm.
for one GPU, and you add another GPU, right, it may not actually support or scale it as in get double the power.
Oh.
Right? So you may actually be doing, well, you won't be doing bad for you, but it may not be a very worthwhile investment in getting 2 GPUs. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're just going to connect our power supply, right? So I will let you look at the actual orientations of the pin and connect it appropriately. You missed a lot of steps. I'm just joking. So we connected everything, and we just plugged in the GPU. So he's actually, well, we just put in the GPU, so he's plugging in the GPU power connector, and that shall be it for connecting everything to our system.
It's just.
I think we're doing the right one the first time.
It's just not going in. Oh my god.
So just a hint,
Mm-hmm.
the latch always is at the top.
Okay, I'm not doing this right.
The latch is always facing the top.
Top is this spot here?
Yep.
Okay, so this way. Okay. That's way, okay. Okay.
It's always advised also to connect all 8 and then put them in simultaneously.
How do I connect it like this?
Yeah, so you can have, well, it's not going to stick together, but you can have to use your fingers to keep it together as you plug it in, yeah. Force in, set the position it well.
Let me put this back. Let's just get it together. Just to
Yeah, that's right, because if you connect the first part, so let me show you. Alright, so you see this notch here? So let's make sure that that actually falls there. And then connect it like so. And it goes in like that. Well, no, that was a major fail. So one more time. Oh, it's the other way. Interesting. Because if you notice here,
Mm-hmm.
at the very top, there's a square similar to here. Right? Or no? No. Let's do it the right way. Right, there we go. Right, we are in. Bam. Bam. Nice. But we could have positioned this a lot better. So we're gonna pull this out. Okay. And we're gonna reposition this, right? Because if you notice that if we would have put this here, it's not really gonna do, or it's not really gonna look all that well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this guy come up from below.
Okay.
Right? So reposition him in such a way that he comes up from below.
From the loop.
Yeah. So feed him back through. Yeah. So what is nice? Here it goes. Oh, 1 second. That's a good place for you, but I would say to push him all the way through the bottom. So let me move this. Alright, so I would push him all the way to the bottom so that he can come out from this region here. Oops. Now we got just stick him in here, right? Let me see. Turn him this way would be better. Right. Just fit him through here. Up like so, there, and they go, right? And that is that. So everything is connected. The PC is finally built. Okay, so now the installation of Windows.
Okay.
But before we do that, we're going to clean up our space. Alright, actually no, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to tidy up this area here.
Okay.
Alright, so again, when it comes to cable management, we want to make sure that these things are as neat as possible, but let me do here. Oh. It doesn't have to be totally neat, but it has to be neat enough so that you'll be able to actually, at least if you're doing some maintenance or anything, that you will be able to, properly wire or unwire these things. Alright, so I mean we did a good job already in terms of organizing the wires, but technically speaking, we don't have to do as much cable management. So just put him here, there. Always wire him this way. Right, yeah. So let me show you. Okay, right. So basically, seeing as how a panel has to go here, right? We want to free up as much space as we can. Right, so we're just gonna move. Well, I'm just gonna shift him this way. Alright, put these guys here, shift that guy so yeah, we pretty much have everything. Yeah, we pretty much have everything good. Alright, so like that. Alright, wire there, wire there, wire there, and Bob's your uncle. Okay, so now what we can do is we can put that back. Right, so try and remember the orientation. Remember the grid that I showed you, so try to use that as a reminder to how you're positioning it. No, you didn't lift it out. How did you?
After this?
No. Remember, to take out the back panel, how did you take it out?
Slid or something.
In what direction?
Like this, or like,
No.
like,
Right.
like this.
So make sure that this piece here, right, is resting against this piece here. No. Let's see, mattress, man. Right.
Oh.
So what's right. So when you're confident that it's actually in, then you slide it to close it.
Yes.
Right.
Not yet.
But there's a space here, so slide it back out. Right. All four areas have to be snug.
It's also like only wire or anything.
Could be. So take it out and see what's actually blocking it. So what could be blocking it could be these guys. Alright. So try and see if you can do that. Alright. So back there. See that? Not so much. Take them out again. Let's see what's blocking that way. Okay. So
turn.
let's see.
No, put this
Probably
up.
this guy, huh?
And put it up.
Yeah, sure, we can do that. Something I totally recommend, but since everything is snug, always use that as a way to don't do this at home, folks. We do not recommend this method. Right.
Yeah?
Yep, perfect. Nice. So now, you can then and plug in your thumb screws. Where are the thumb screws?
Put in the screws. Yes, no.
No. You're right there.
Yes.
Right.
4, no 2.
Nope.
Just 2?
Yep.
Oh yeah, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice. Right, cool. So then we are now okay, so this is rule of thumb for anyone who's first building a PC, right? You always leave this side open, right? Just in case when you plug your PC in, it doesn't turn on. So just in case you may have, connected something wrongly, for example, right? And one really common thing to connect wrongly, you remember those really small connectors that we plugged in from the motherboard at the very bottom? Yeah, sometimes you'll get that wrong if you are by yourself and you're plugging it in correctly. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna troubleshoot everything, right? So we are going to plug or unwrap your monitor This is a beautiful looking PC, if I do say so myself. Which I do. Yes, unboxing. From there. Yeah. This may not be appropriate, but nothing. Right. There's something. Yes, because I'm using a key to open a bubble wrap. Because knives are dangerous. Don't use knives. Right, almost there. Quick. Now, look like that. Flip. So, turn it around. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna put that over there, and we always use the key. Oh, where did my trusty key go? Where'd the key go? Oh, there it is. Okay, right. Trusty key. Bam, bam, bam. Nice. Power of the key. The key to everything. Get it? Oh. You go like that. You go like that.
Oh, okay.
There we go, another box. Right. So this is the bottom of it. Apparently. Or not. It's kind of stupid as it is. But anyway. Okay, so we'll take these things out. Take this out as the power cord. And take this out. Okay, right, so put that down. Right. So take this stand out. Right. Nice. Okay, excellent. That out. Then we are going to take this guy here. So yeah, you can undo that. We do this. don't necessarily have to do that yet. But what we can do is put the stand up, right? And to do that, we will hold them up here. And okay, so what we want to do is we want to connect him.
Oh, screw.
Any screws?
Screwdriver.
Alright, sweet. So we're gonna connect him like so. Yeah, like so. Yeah, just like that. That's the closet key. RIP headphone users. Oh yeah, right, the bubble wrap. Whoops. Let's stick that. And we're gonna plug him in. Like that.
Which one is this one?
Hmm?
Seems like
Oh, that would have been for.
I'm gonna let these two of these.
Okay, so those two would probably be for these. Yeah. This guy's. There you go. Oh, this is pretty convenient. Like a slide, a lock.
Oh, nice.
Right. Oh, what kind of pen is that? Well, I guess you always use your screwdriver here. Yeah, better grip this way. Right. Oh, they actually give you a free screwdriver?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you have your own screwdriver then.
Yeah.
Sweet, see? Right, here you go.
Oh, there's no.
Yeah, so just remember to set it in first. Oh. They actually have a free screwdriver. Scepter, guys. If you want a free screwdriver, buy a Scepter monitor. I didn't know this because I never bought a Scepter monitor before. But hey, just in case, you're missing a screwdriver. Nice grip. Yeah? Buy Scepter. It has HDMI port, our cable, our audio suite. Yeah, nice. Right? You didn't see that. Just to make sure, right? Nice, nice. Sweet. Okay, so we're just gonna clear all this up. Also, we're gonna put this in the garbage. Oh yeah, so this is basically if you wanted the monitor to fit on your wall like that.
Oh.
Right. So if you have any wall mounts, you always use these. Right. So actually put it onto your monitor, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it goes put it like that. Right. That's something for future considerations. The main reason actually why I use the wall mounts is because back in I don't remember if you remember the I'm not sure if you remember the earthquake about 2 years ago. It was really heavy. It was like 6 point something. Yeah, and yeah, so I mean monitors were fine, but I didn't want to take that chance anymore. So it was more secure on the wall. So that's the whole reason why I decided to put them on the wall, because just in case. Yeah. So now we're going to put this on this side, put this on this side. So I actually didn't know that they were going to give you a free HDMI port, which they usually do anyway. So we don't actually need this. This is a display port to an HDMI cable, right? But as you can see here, at the very back here, we have a display port, display port, display port, and an HDMI. Right, so what we can always do is use the HDMI that they provide us with to go from HDMI 2 HDMI. Right. So we're gonna put that here. Right, and then this goes into the garbage. I don't know what. Actually, not sure what this is for. So let me keep that somewhere in here. Right, we didn't actually use any zip ties, but zip ties can come in handy a good bit of the time. Right. Also, the washers could have been used for like the motherboard, like where you screw in the stuff, but no one really ever uses that.
Use it.
So right now I'm gonna take that out, and we're going to do that. So, but before we do that, we're gonna put these guys into the box here. Yeah. So we're gonna put all the stuff that you're not using anymore. Of course, we're definitely gonna use this guy, right? But let's fit all these things into your power supply box. Right, so grab that box over there. Right, so this is going to be your go-to box in case you have any spare parts or anything. Right, so we're going to fit this in there. We're going to fit this in there. We don't actually need these because who beans? It's boring. What is this for? It's words, so it's probably not beneficial anyway. Right, so ignore that. Words, ignore that. Right. This you can put. So yeah, so let's put all of our back together. So just keep in mind that this guy is open. Actually, you know what I'll do is I will put this guy here. Follow him in the. So yeah, right. That. Let me put this as well. Yeah, so. And so we're just going to transfer him. It's not always a good idea to keep open bags like this. So just keep in mind, so in case, for example, we buy another fan that Amazon failed to satisfy us with, or if you want, you could always maximize some extra fans, right? So you have a room for 2 extra fans here, and room for another fan here, right? Yep, all done. So just now we're gonna power everything on. Right. In most cases, like I was telling him, we're going to keep this front panel open because when it comes to building your first computer, sometimes you may not connect everything successfully, right? Because when I built my first computer, I was like, okay, press power button, nothing coming on. And then I realized something was connected incorrectly. Right, so
make sure everything's falling.
Yeah, so we're just going to put everything away now. Right. Put them
You
into...
good for time, man. Now it's 8:30.
Yeah, we're good.
Then good for time. Because what happened this season running out for him now.
Ah, okay.
And they are not right.
Yeah.
Oh God. What do you need to have? You want to do it? No.
Nah, not yet. Sweet.
How long would those just take to install?
Just about 10 minutes.
Right. So
Yeah, maybe a little less since he's using a certain storage drive, so that's faster.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. Cool. You know, use the I going through so that any kind of upgrades.
Yeah. Right. Now I'm gonna put these away. So this is gonna be his go-to box for any spare parts or anything.
Okay.
Right? Like how I have my go-to box right here.
Right. Okay.
Right. So these are going. What are these for? What are these for? Well, I don't think we actually need to use them anymore. Okay. Right. Put that in there. Always put these. I had a small zip thing. I always put it in get to. Right. Oh yeah, we actually have to unbox the keyboard and mouse.
Oh yeah.
Right. So you put that in the garbage. This goes here. Yes. So what this would have been for, you remember the SSD? Right? That was actually suspended at a certain height, right? But sometimes it'll actually rest on the thing itself. Right? But that design was a bit different. So yeah. So what we need to be doing, we're gonna put that inside there. That garbage. Keep that inside here, so it'll help you know exactly the orientation. Keep that inside there. Yeah, garbage. Words. Garbage. More words. Okay. This is a cool badge in case you want to stick it onto your computer.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Right, yes, words. Words. Reading is bad, kids. Just make mistakes and learn from those mistakes. Right, I'm just joking. Right. There, right. I'm gonna give this to you, right? This is thermal paste. So you really have, honestly speaking, I've never had to like take out the heat sink and reapply. But just in case you need to like do any extra upgrades or anything like that. Right, so our space is good. Bam. Right, so now we are going to unbox our keyboard and mouse. Where's the keyboard and mouse? Oh, it's under there. Right, nice. Okay, so you close that. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, the moment of truth. Exactly, the moment of truth. Oh, hey! Oh, so someone by the name of the Kieran, amazing. He is watching you.
What's up, Karen? Karen, what? Karen the king.
He said he told me that he must stop flexing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, after this, Karen, yeah, he's going to be flexing to after lives. Right, so now we're gonna unbox our keyboard and mouse before we plug everything in. Alright, so we're making space for that. We always let this stand up. Alright, gonna keep that there. Nice. So let's rest that back. There, that's very nice. Here we go. Alright, so you can always unbox that. Okay, it's not there. Oh, trusty key. Where's the key? There it is. Oh, yeah. Nice. Sweet. He's saying, "Please come on, show that face." Let me try to zoom all the way out now. Alright, right. Let me just open that up, zoom out. Alright, sweet. Yeah. Alright, so that's book. This is another sticker that you could always apply. I could always put that in the box. There. And this is the keyboard that we're getting a mouse to. So where's the mouse? I'm feeling the weight of the mouse.
Yeah, the mouse.
Yes, it is. There it is. Well, like, I know it's not an empty case. Right, there you go. That is your gaming mouse. Right, nothing is in there. Sweet. Nice. Nice. You can always keep this as well in case you want to, put your mouse somewhere in case you're not using it. Yeah. Right. So you got your mouse, right? I'll teach you about these things as well, but this is a really neat, so I basically use this to go front and back for anything, like how I have it for here, right? But yeah, I'll teach you more about these things going forward. It's a really nice feel. It has a really rough actual grip for it. It's a very nice feel. Right. So now it really is the moment of truth. Okay.
Moment of truth.
Okay, so we're going to plug it in.
See some fire. Power now, power.
Right. First we're going to plug this in. Okay, so seeing as how I've been helping you, it should work in the first run.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, it's your fault.
Oh my.
Right. So let's see.
I can see that.
Yeah, Beast playing tonight. He said that. Right. And actually, you have a lot of USB ports here in case you want to connect to a lot more things as well.
The controller plugging in direct into the end.
Yeah, because you have two USB ports here, then you have two 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more here. Yeah. The Bluetooth, that's it's a wireless.
Bluetooth?
Yeah. Or the controller, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure if it has Bluetooth, but we'll see later on. Right. So now we're going to connect the HDMI. So I want you to take out this. So that's going to directly connect to your GPU. Let's put that in. Right. This. So everything's there, nice. So let's plug that in from there. Yeah, so look at the pattern, and you'll be able to see
my one.
And yeah, nice. Then you're gonna plug it into the most appropriate area here. Right. No, remember the GPU. So you have to plug it into the GPU. Keep in mind, alright? Nice. Alright, sweet. So everything is connected. We have our stuff over there. Alright. Just for the sake of things, let's switch the position. Right, so we'll put this. Oh, this. Yeah. Take off the power cable. Yeah. Nice. And we're going to just move that guy. Oh, let me. Right. Just gonna move that guy over there. Yeah, you go press that down. Nice. Yeah, nice. Right. Sweet. Him here. Here. Right. Nice. There. And I'm going to plug him back inside. Nice. I'm going to plug him. Now, you're going to do the honors and plug the power supply. Okay. Right, oh, by the way, So this is to let you know. You'll have a 0 and a 1. So the power supply has a switch basically, right? So 0 means off and 1 means on, right? So when 0 is actually inside, that means the switch is off. That's usually a safe position when you're actually plugging in a power supply or removing it, etc. Right? So always make sure that switch is off. That means that even though everything is still connected, even if the power connector is still there, that means that even if you were to press that button, no power is leaving the power supply to the motherboard itself. Right? So yeah, so plug it in.
And I'll put this in.
Yeah.
Just underneath.
Yeah.
Now we turn it
Yeah.
on.
We need to get something like this. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Because this is a natural surge protector that will be able to help you with any surges or anything. Yeah, I actually forgot to tell you about it, but yeah. I got it from PriceSmart. Yeah, I don't remember the price for it, but yeah, it was a little less than that. Oh?
Do you want to
Yeah. Right? Oh, before you didn't plug anything in. No? No.
Take it
Keep it off first.
Zero is off, right?
Yeah.
Zero is off, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Right, so it's in. Right, turn it on.
I'll put this on.
Go bounce the screen.
Right. Moment of truth.
Voila.
Oh, I find that monitor kind of close to the edge.
Oh. Right, so now you have to put your monitor on. Right. So let's see if it detects anything. Your signal, check your input. Let's see. Wait, good.
Yeah.
And it works. Alright. Just one thing that I didn't know why it didn't work was the LED, because it's not really lighting up. But we can always solve that in just a bit. Right, reboot. Right, so it detects everything. So the last thing I will do is install Windows, right? But before we do that, I just want to solve that LED thing because I think it really is supposed to light up. Alright, so what we're gonna do, we're just gonna press that button. Right, it's off. So now you're gonna flip the switch on your power supply. Right, and sometimes it's always best to press this button one more time. The reason why, right, is because sometimes it could be some kind of residual charge, right? Capacitor could store some kind of power on the motherboard, and you may want to discharge that after you flip that power supply. Right, so everything is disconnected, everything's off. So just disconnect this power supply plug here. So guys, it works. It works. Right, and then we're just gonna disconnect everything here. I'm just gonna make sure that that LED switch is in the right place. Nice. Nice. We're just gonna lay him down. Oh, yeah. Right, so let's see here.
So that's change right. So we still on our schedule.
Yeah.
Windows install, you gotta download Apex,
Yeah.
and what do you work with a controller?
Oh.
But I think once you download it,
Yeah.
and what is the stream elements thing? How long does it take to do something basic physical?
Not long at all, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so after this, I guess you could stop the stream and then you could focus on installing.
Or they eat.
Yeah, oh yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so,
Oh, well, the stream going on still.
yeah. All you do is,
Ready? Fun.
Right here.
See?
You guys want some time back up? I was wondering if I could have time to supply general. Let me plug back in. And pick that up after. Maybe there may be something I have to enable BIOS. Right? Oh wait, BIOS, that's something else I have to. Right, so plug that back in. So, let's plug those back in. Usually, yeah, right. I'd be very tough. Or you would, no. Remember the orientation. Right. What I would always advise is, okay, so these are different types of USBs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have USB 2.0, USB 3.0, and USB 3.1 Gen 1, right? All of them are based on a certain speed. So since USB and mouse don't really need any certain speed, it's always good to just plug them into USB 2.0. Right? And then you can always reserve these for example, for a flash drive or for transferring something. Okay?
Which one is the best one to put in the controller?
I would say here's good, because in that regard you have the closest. If you're using any Bluetooth dongle or something like that, or any kind of Bluetooth or whichever, it's always best to put it closest to you, so you can always put it in front of you. Right? Is it like a receiver that you're plugging into the USB or into the?
No, it has Bluetooth to the PS4, but
Okay.
not using the normal. I had to use a cord.
Okay, so yeah, it goes plug it in right here, yeah. Unless I'm not sure if the motherboard has Bluetooth, then you don't actually need a cord, okay. Right? But yeah, we'll see. So now we're just gonna plug it back in. Right, and plug that back in. There, nice. Yeah, yeah. I think it's on. I'm not sure.
So sweet. They can see it?
Huh? I think. Oh no, they cannot. Alright, guys. So presenting the RGB keyboard by Red Dragon and the RGB mouse by Red Dragon. What are yours today? Well, sucks last. Right. Nice. And of course, when you go, they most likely they have their own software that you can download that you can change the pattern and everything. Yeah, because for example, like it has this for mine. Of course, I can always change my colors as well. So I'm not sure if they have their own software, but you can always do that, right? So I guess we can always call it off there for the stream, right? Because the last thing that I wanted to show you is how to install Windows and how to, well, what the BIOS is all about. So guys, thank you for tuning in. Thanks everyone who tuned in to watch this guy build his first PC computer. You know, most likely it's definitely not going to be the last computer that he's going to build, but it's going to carry him, you know, towards Apex tournaments and everything. So definitely tune in to see how he uses this to rise to the top. Right? Yeah, sorry about that, Karen. This is the end of the stream, but you can certainly catch his the stream video from the very start. From when we started, that would have been about 4 hours ago. Yeah. So yeah. So you can definitely catch a streaming. I don't know, from tomorrow or something, or who knows? You know, as soon as he's ready, he will definitely let you guys know. But again, thanks so much for tuning in. Joey, you want to say anything?
It was fun.
It was fun, guys. So take care and look out for him. He's gonna be good. There. Oh, Karen wanted to know when will you be streaming?
He was just Karen want to know that. Karen is a, oh my god. Karen right now, Karen was sweating. You see, what he was saying is the truth. Yeah. And then you do it on live stream.
As soon as you can, Karen. As soon as you can. You can. He'll promise you that as soon as he can.